2, 1, 2, test, test. 2, 1, 2, test, test. 2, 1, 2, test, test.
West. Test. Test. Test, 1.
first ever Flutter Croatia conference. I'm Josip. I'm one of the organizers here at Flutter Croatia. Many have asked actually who is behind all of this. Like it's not a secret. It's pretty much same crew that's behind all the meetups that we had. Some of them were here in Algebra also. These are some just to remind you. Last four were Flutter Express, Hot Restart. We have these names, but the meetup can be about anything. Hot Reload, and by the way, you have to give it up for designers who designed this, and Flutter Animated, which was in March. And we thought, can we make the next meetup a bigger one? And that's how just ideas started rolling from everywhere, and that's how we end up with Flutter Croatia conference. It's not a meetup, it's like half a day conference. We invited some guests. So when I say it's pretty much community driven, like all of these meetups, that's how we have Flutter Croatia conference. And when I say community, you can find us at Twitter under this name. You can find us at Discord, where we have some chats as a community. We also have sometimes the remote calls. We talk about something. And we organize next meetups. We always look for speakers, so if you are interested, you can join there. And obviously we are on Meetup. Any meetup that will happen will be there, and all the other platforms, obviously. And beside Flutter Croatia as a community, we also had help from other organizations, the Dream and Infinu, which are two IT companies here in Zagreb. They've been in these meetups. They are helping us organize these meetups for a long time. Also, GDG actually should be GDG Zagreb. With their help, we managed to invite some of the Google developer experts, which will be speaking today. And also Algebra University College. This is the place where we're at now. Awesome place. We have also a live stream thanks to all the equipment you see here. And I want to invite Mislav, who's been here, to give us his welcome. Mislav?
Thanks. Oh, it's nice to see so many of you. Thanks for coming. I would like you to have a great conference. I have only a few tasks on the list which I must do. So as you are searching for speakers, we are always searching for teachers, for those who are willing to share their knowledge with others. So colleagues of mine in front of the venue are there for you if you decide to join us and help others spread the word on the technology you are so passionate about. We joined the Flutter community relatively late. It was only a few months ago, maybe half a year ago, in order to help what you are doing. So in most cases, we are just providing a venue and some of the infrastructure, as also we are doing today. And strange enough is that we, in our study programs, didn't even teach Flutter when we joined. We were mostly focused on Kotlin and some other technologies. Now we are doing a transition with study programs. For us, this also was kind of a call to rethink where technology is going and how we could follow the trends. So not to take you too much time, I wish you a very successful conference and hope to see you again in some of the meetings and events which will going to take place in the future. And it's nice to see Dash in a live setup. Thanks.
Thank you, Mislav. So talking about Flutter in Croatia, I think it was awesome for us who have been longer here to see the Flutter growth in global, but also in Croatia. because I remember time where there were pretty much no company and there were no open jobs for Flutter developers. So it was nice seeing this change, and I managed to ask on this Discord the Croatian IT companies that work with Flutter, and there's a number of them. And yeah, by the way, if you don't see your logo, you should join this Discord, because that's where I asked this question. So these are the ones that we managed to find. And you can see quite a number, right? So we can agree Flutter popularity is on the rise, and this conference is also a part of it. But I think it's not over yet, because I know a lot of companies that could benefit from using Flutter, but they just don't really know what Flutter is. They assume it's same as anything else like Cordova or whatever. So this rise is not over yet. Now, what we have prepared for you today is obviously some talks. I will also tell you what we have not prepared for you. We wanted to have some Flutter swag for every attendee, which unfortunately is at customs, and it will stay there for a few more days, definitely. So you will not all have a merch, unfortunately. We will eventually get this, I hope. I'm not sure how customs work. So we will give that on one of the next meetups. But today, we do have a quiz. We do have some swag, including the dash, which is our first prize. If you don't know about Dash, that's a mascot of Flutter. And important thing is, you cannot buy it anywhere, right? And on this one of these conferences, you could choose between Google Home or Dash, and very quickly they were out of dashes. Only you could choose Google Home. So that's how precious it is. You will have a quiz after the snack break. There are some other prizes, so be there. Except quiz, these are the talks. I'm not going through all agenda, but you can go to fluttercroatiaconference.com to see agenda. We will have short break and later the longer break. We have drinks there. Is somewhat self-service, so you have beer and everything else. So just okay. And I wanted to say about the website, fluttercroatiaconference.com. We also made it with Flutter. So yes, you can build a web with Flutter. It's not really the best of what Flutter can do, but it's possible, right? So we managed to do that. So if you ever use this site, just so you know, you used Flutter. And so that's just my intro. We have a few talks now, and I know there are some who know very little about Flutter. So for start, we will go with Filip, and he will tell you a little bit about Flutter as a intro, and that's it. Filip, you can start.
Test, radi? Radi? Super. Thanks. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Filip Kisić. I'm a lecturer here at University College Algebra, and I'm also a Flutter developer. So today I'm going to talk about, So today I'm going to talk about what can you do with Flutter. This is a short introduction and overview of what Flutter is and what you can do with it. So in short, this slide is actually the whole point of Flutter. So this is a Flutter's framework made by Google, published in 2017. Made for cross-platform development, so you can do pretty much anything with Flutter, from mobile, web, desktop, embedded, whatever you want. Here is another slide where it's better explained. So literally almost every platform is covered by Flutter. Then, because of it, of course, Flutter popularity is rising, as Josip said, and let's see why. So Stack Overflow, actually let's see the proof. So on Stack Overflow we have a number of questions which Flutter overpassed React by a lot, React Native to be exact, and also on Google search. Big difference. And there's also survey of preferences where majority of developers, 12.64%, prefers Flutter over React Native. For React Native, there is 12.57%. Okay, so how does it work when we compare it to React Native? So React Native has this bridge, JavaScript bridge, which translates JavaScript components into native components, iOS or Android. And that bridge is a problem because there is a big difference in performance between React Native and native. While in Flutter, there is no such bridge. Flutter has its own rendering engine, which controls the pixels on the screen directly, and therefore can have much better performance. But how does it work in the background? So it is single-threaded app by default. Of course, it supports multi-threading, but you have to implement yourself. And those threads are actually called isolates. Isolates are threads which don't share any resources. So it is safe for transactions and there's no danger of mutex locking or something else, but maybe communication between them is a bit of a problem. So we have event loop, which is that main part of the app which executes every task in the app. And when it's, of course, when there isn't any task, it's idling. When there is, event loops takes that process it, and goes forward. There is also translating Dart code to native code, which is done by embedder layer, which I will show on the next slide. And of course, the Flutter is using rendering engine to control pixels on the screen. Here is the architecture, which you've probably seen a lot of times, framework which we work with. Then we have in the background engine and embedder platform-specific layer. So engine is written in C++ because of the performance. And embedder, which is for each platform, it translates that Dart code into platform-specific language. Then, to talk a little bit of about render engines. There are two render engines, Skia and Impeller. Firstly, the first render engine which deployed with Flutter was Skia, and is also used by Google Chrome, Android, and Chrome OS. But they're transitioning to the Impeller, which is a render engine created for Flutter. And it has much better performance. And in version 3.10 of Flutter, the Impeller is by default deployed on iOS applications. And one of the main advantages of Impeller is that it uses modern APIs like Metal and Vulkan. Okay, so hot reload. It was one of the topics on the Flutter conferences. So it is a feature that is enabled by using just-in-time compiler, which enables you that you can see changes of code in real time, which is also a great feature of Flutter. I really love it. And that's it, actually, about hot reload. So when you're developing app, you always can, sorry, I'm a bit nervous. You can always choose between Cupertino, Material, or custom widgets. Cupertino widgets are for iOS platform, while Material is for Android platform. And here it is how it looks when there is an app created, when you type Flutter create and what it creates by default. So there is a big difference between Android and iOS, of course, but Flutter adapts to the platform where it runs. So, as a conclusion, and probably most of you already read this, that everything is a widget in Flutter. So, let's see when you place widgets with each other, how it looks in production. Here it is, one of the examples. So, my BMW application is created using Flutter, and they used custom components, custom widgets actually. So, It is, of course, you cannot download it on App Store or on Play Store, and there is a demo mode. If you don't have their card, there's a demo mode where you can test their application and see its functionalities. Then there is Toyota. They went a bit further. They don't use it for mobile applications, but they use it for infotainment systems. They use that embedded API of Flutter, and they created infotainment system in Flutter, which is very, very interesting to me. I really like to work for infotainment system, but maybe one day we shall see. So Google Pay is also one famous example of Flutter in production. And there is also one more, Google Ads. And Google is slowly transitioning each app to Flutter. There's also eBay, created by also by Flutter, and also used every custom components. And this is actually application on which I work. This is Haven First Responders application. It is used by Croatian firefighters for managing interventions and managing their equipment and vehicles. So they use it every day for saving lives. And there's also probably some of you maybe even use it. There's Gen Z or Gen's application. Yeah, how do you pronounce it? Gen Z or Gen's? Does anyone know? Is anyone from Q here? No? Okay. Doesn't matter. So let's say Gen Z or Gen's. And let's talk about Flutter 3.10. So this is the latest version of Flutter. And some of the new features are listed here. There are, of course, a lot more. But some of the most important are wireless debugging for Android and iOS. Then for the Android, there's a transition to Material 3. Then iOS uses Impeller engine by default. There's also support for native iOS and Android system API, which eliminates that method channels for communication, which we used by now, till now. And there's, of course, Dart 3, which we'll listen about a bit later, and about future of Flutter. So I guess there will be a better support for web apps. Also, what they published on GitHub, that they're working also on better support for Windows apps. There's also some research and some live demos for game development to see how Flutter works in that environment. And then, of course, what we expect is increasing number of Flutter apps on the market. And then demo showcase, since we have a bit more time. So I made a Wear OS app. The Wear OS actually is not listed on the previous slides for support because it is not officially supported. But there are people that created library on PubDev, which is available to use. And then why not? Let's create Wear OS application. So I created a productivity logging app, which supports always-on feature and also supports rotary ring as an input. So you can input hours of productivity by just rotary ring and also by pressing the buttons on the screen. And of course, it is fully written in Flutter. To check out the code, I'll click on it to show the GitHub. It's quicker to show you. It is actually a quite simple application. I made it in single file just to demonstrate it. So most important thing actually is in PubSpec YAML. So what I did is I depend upon where and where variable rotary libraries. By the way, do you see the text on the screen? Is it too small? Okay, let's see. Okay, this should work. Okay, so there are two libraries which I used, where and variable rotary. This is just for that rotary function to work, and where is a library that supports various applications. Then let's go. Okay, let's go to the main.dart. Here, nothing special. Actually, what am I returning is not a material app. I'm returning ambient mode for my page, which is in this case just home page of the application. And there I'm checking if the app is active or not. Is it always on feature activated or not? So if it is, there's of course another theme which has to be applied, and which is not. If it is not, then it's of course brighter. Okay, then here for the UI, very simple. I have two methods: increment counter, decrement counter. That's it. And of course, you cannot log less than 0 hours. In init state, I made a subscription for rotary events to listen when the rotary ring is being rotated. When it is, of course, then you have to handle it. And if it is clockwise, so this way, it increments the counter. If not, then it's decrementing the counter. And for the UI, classic Flutter application, so I have elevated button with a text in the middle, and one elevated button for decrementing. Of course, in the dispose, I cancel my subscription, and that's it. So when everything is being run, here, Josip, there, okay, it looks like this. So this is when the app is active, and this is when app is in always on mode. So it is of course decreased brightness for the battery, to decrease battery consumption. And here is of course when you want to interact with it, you can press the buttons or you can do a rotary dial, and that's it. I tried to create also watchOS application, but it is unfortunately for now a bit complicated, quite a bit actually. So maybe we shall see in the future if there will be official support for watchOS application. But here it is, the proof that we can do also Wear OS applications, and that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Filip.
Welcome.
And I would like to invite Aleksandr to the stage. Aleksandr is coming from Berlin, and he's also, can you use this one? Okay. And he's organizer of Flutter Berlin meetups, I think, right?
1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay,
Yeah.
good.
And you are organizer of Flutter Berlin, right?
Yes.
Okay, I got that right. And he'll talk a little bit about Android and everything else.
Yeah, I will describe everything in 1 minute. Just let me switch everything on. And yeah. Final preparation. I have like a little bit co-speakers with mine. It's DAX with EPAM logo. If I will be very boring and I will see that you are sleeping, I will just throw DAX for you just to wake you up. And yeah, sometimes I have like kind of questions in my slides. I also will ask you, and if somebody will answer, I also throw DAX to him. Yeah. So be careful. Well, like flying ducks are here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now I'm ready. So I'll just make a little bit additional introduction for me. Yeah, my name is Aleksandr Denisov. I'm work for EPAM Systems. Has anybody heard about EPAM Systems before? Nice. Yeah, 5 or 6. Yeah, it's just big international company, service company, and we have like offices in 40 countries and about 60,000 of employees around the globe. And we have also office also in Zagreb, for example. So I know that some people from our office here today. Yeah. I'm head of Flutter development, head of Flutter discipline in EPAM Systems, and just usually play a role of development lead and solution architect of our Flutter projects. Also, I'm Flutter Berlin organizer and Google developer expert. And today, I want to discuss with you topic that probably not exactly about Flutter development itself, but a little bit more wide on just on interaction between native development and Flutter development. So let's get started. And the first slide is a question. Is it anybody knows what does Flutter, what does embedding Flutter means? Who knows? Nobody. Okay, it's great. Or just if you're afraid of ducks, don't worry, it's not very scary. Let's assume that nobody knows, and I will describe you. And I will start not from, we'll start with the very beginning. Flutter. Just in case, is any chance that somebody of you does know what Flutter is? But after the first talk, I think all of you already has some understanding. Yeah, Flutter is a is a framework or like UI toolkit that give you opportunity to create applications for iOS and Android using Dart language. Yeah, you just write one code base and we'll have two applications for iOS and Android. It was before Flutter 3.3 version. After 3.3 version, Flutter officially supported 6 platforms: iOS, Android, Web, and macOS, Windows, and Linux. So, what like does it mean? For example, you have one code base, and you want to run your application on all 6 platforms. And for example, you need to call part of native SDK. If you're like native developer and want to call something from Camera SDK, in iOS you use Swift, and on Android you use Kotlin or Java, and on desktop you use C++ on Windows and Linux, or Swift on macOS, and JavaScript or TypeScript in web. Yeah, but we have Dart. How we call this native SDK from Dart languages? For this, Flutter has specific mechanism of plugins, and usually if you do something not very specific and something very common like camera or like battery, we have pub-dev resources where a lot of already implemented packages and plugins, you just import it in your project and call. It contains API implemented in Dart, and you just call camera. And you don't care how it works under the hood. But there are some cases when you can't find plugin for you, or like, just you need to call native code from your Flutter application. What kind of cases it could be? For example, you have already implemented native functionality library, and you want to call it from your Flutter application, or like third-party libraries implemented only natively, or like, yeah, there's a lot of specific hardware that nobody except you using. In this case, you need to create a plugin yourself. Just to to demonstrate how it works in images, yeah, we have one code base that works on iOS, Android, desktop, and web, and we have something implemented natively, and we just using platform channel or something else, we can call native SDK from there. Android SDK from Android, iOS SDK from iOS, JavaScript SDK from browser, or C++ something from a desktop. Yeah, it works fine. a lot of articles, a lot of talks about this already published. For example, I had talked many ways of Flutter of platform integrations about how many ways you can interact with native SDKs. But the main topic of my talk is different. What if native application already implemented and you want to inject Flutter inside already implemented native application? Does anybody have any idea? Is it possible or not? Who? Just raise your hand. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Okay, no. It's too dangerous. I can kill someone. But yeah, it's your duck. I hide it. Yes, it's possible. How it works? For example, we have Android application, iOS application, web application, and desktop application, and we have Flutter model, Flutter application, and we can just inject it to all of them and have it as a part of native application and just work with it. But the main question is why? Why it's why I need to do this? And yeah, any ideas? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, the first idea, for example, we have already implemented native applications and we want to add feature to there, but we already know about Flutter and don't want to implement it separately for iOS, Android, and everything. And we can implement it once and put everywhere. Yeah, it's the simplest example. The next one, we have already implemented native application and already implemented Flutter application, and we want to merge them. Why not? For example, I owner of a company and I bought another company, and that company has Flutter, I have native, and I want to join them. And I don't want to rewrite everything natively or rewrite everything in Flutter. I want to merge it. Yeah, okay, case. And more complex case, we want to mix functionality in one screen. Pieces of Flutter and pieces of native and everything work together. Why not? Cases can be very complex. And the worst thing, we want to merge Flutter application into native application and keep Flutter application standalone as well. Because it's already published in store and people just use it. It's the most complex case, and to be honest, it's such case I just met in my work. That's why I've got idea to have this talk. Yeah. And is it possible to implement it technically? Yes, it's possible. But unfortunately, I can't demonstrate my real case because NDA, you know. That's why we need like a real case, but not real, to demonstrate how it works. How can we just get this real task? Okay, what we need? We need already implemented Flutter application and already implemented native application. Separately iOS, separately Android, separately web. Let's try to find. Okay, I just checked everything on my laptop and found one application that I implemented for one talk in last year for Flutter for Apple TV. It's just an application with a list of movies. You can choose a movie and see details of movie. It's not like e-commerce, but something similar. Because list, details, just without paying. Okay, then we need native applications. Okay, I checked, but found nothing. What can we do? We can implement simple native applications and just imagine that we already had it and try to merge them. But it looks very, very easy because simple native application. Just, let's try to increase complexity. The modern native development, it's also declarative. And we can use Swift UI for iOS and Jetpack Compose for Android. Please raise your hand who are iOS developer here. Free. Do you use Swift UI? Mm-hmm. Okay, and Android developers? Okay. What about Jetpack Compose? Mm-hmm. Okay, nice. So yeah, I decided just try to implement something into Swift UI Jetpack Compose and put into this declarative implementation of native, put Flutter inside it. And yeah, I tried. The simplest Android application implemented with Jetpack Compose. It's just image of Android and the text is, this is example of simple Jetpack Compose application created specifically for my talk. Yeah. And you see, of course, the letters very small, you can see, but I will share slides later, and I will share the source codes, and you can see. But if if you will see, the source code is very similar with Flutter code. It's also tree, but tree not of widgets, a tree of composable functions written in Kotlin, but even the names of these functions are similar. For example, scaffold, column, text, even floating action button for floating action button. Yeah, everything similar. Yeah. And so next, Swift UI. Also declarative tree, but not a widget, not composable functions. There are Swift UI views. And also we can just organize tree. Names a little bit different, not such similar as in Jetpack Compose. For example, vStack instead of column, floating button instead of floating action button. But you see also the approach is the same. Yeah, and almost the same application, just Apple and the same text and button. Yeah, okay. Let's imagine that application much more complex than they are. And we'll try to inject our movies application inside these apps. Oh yeah, I forgot, web. We didn't check web. For checking web, I just implemented a small web application using Angular. Who Angular developers here? Okay, we have these two Angular developers. So a Flutter application can be injected in a web application too, and we will see how it's possible. And everything before was just preconditions. Now we are ready to check how it works. First, what we need to do, prepare Flutter model, because we have Flutter application, not model. If you just create new model, you can just choose project type, not application, but model, everything fine. If you have already implemented application, you need just to add few rows in your PubSec YAML, and voila, you have not application anymore, you have model. So, from Flutter side, that's it. Now we need to prepare our native applications. So let's choose from which we'll start, iOS or Android? iOS or Android? Who wants to start with Android? Okay, and iOS? Yeah, it was everything just to give a little bit more direction. This is PowerPoint slides. Are you kidding me? How can I just separate the ways? And I decided to start with Android. Unfortunately, people who wanted iOS, amount of people, such people was more, but I'm sorry. If you open documentation, about how to set up Android project for embedding Flutter to there. There are two options how we can embed Flutter into Android application. First, it's inject Android application as Android archive, and second, as a source code. But the first option, it's useful for Android developers who has no idea what Flutter is and don't want to know. Flutter developer can prepare archive for them and they will use. But second one, for us, we can work with Kotlin code and Flutter code together. Let's try to set up our project for option B. In manual, we have like instruction, what should we do? Very simple instruction, just update Gradle files a little bit. Okay, I did it. Just need to add a path to your Flutter model to setting Gradle and add Flutter as a dependency. And then you just click sync now, and yeah, not not very good result. Yeah, a lot of strange errors, and can't understand what is there because a lot of strange errors. Why? Because Flutter application and Android application, if you just push create new Android application, depends on different versions of like Gradle, Gradle wrapper, and Kotlin plugin, everything. And they can't like work together because different versions. And you need to find proper versions of all libraries and check that both of your project depends on the same. And you can't use a very low version because for Flutter fine with old versions, but Jetpack Compose not fine. no, with old versions. And Flutter not fine with newest version of libraries. You can just copy versions from my example. Use Gradle 7.5, Gradle wrapper, I mean. Gradle 7.2, build Gradle Kotlin plugin 1.7, and don't forget about Java version. Java version also should be the same. In my case, I just chosen that Java version should be more than 11. Yeah, Gradle sync done. Now we can start to add Flutter into Android application. In documentation, we have three options: add Flutter screen to Android application, add Flutter fragment to Android application, and add Flutter view to Android application. Yes, the first one is like classical one and very simple. You just run your Flutter application from your Android application as a separate activity. Yeah, it's the simplest one and the most boring one. The second one, it's run Flutter application as a fragment. It's a little bit more complicated, but not such interesting as a run Flutter application as a view. It's just Android view with a Flutter inside. And you can add such amount Flutter views as you wish. But there are a few problems. First, we have only one Flutter model with one Flutter application. And what, we can just put the same pieces of Flutter? I want to have different Flutter pieces on my screen. The second issue, for every piece of Flutter inside native application, we need a separate instance of Flutter engine. And it not looks very good from like memory consumption point of view, and yeah, how we can optimize it. And the last thing, every piece of Flutter is like a separate Flutter application with separate state. How can we communicate between them? So let's try to fix all these problems. Yeah, that's about how I can just tell from first piece of Flutter to second piece of Flutter that I choose this movie and show details of movie here. First issue we can solve by entry points. We can use pragma entry point and define more than one entry points in a Flutter application. Because if you work with Flutter application as an application, there is only one entry point, main, run up, and there run up. In case of model, you can just define many entry points and use all of them in different places. Flutter engines. There is specific class, Flutter engine group. And if you create Flutter engine inside this group, group shares resources between engines. And the most part of resources will be reused. And from a memory consuming point of view, it will be not very different between using one Flutter engine, 2 or 3. And we can just create instance of Flutter engine inside a Flutter engine group and set which entry point this engine will use. And we will have, for example, 2 instances of Flutter engine with 2 different entry points. And state. For state, we have only one option, use native application as a place where we will keep state, and just provide the state to our Flutter pieces using platform channels or, I don't know, Dart FFI, whatever. Communication between native and Flutter. Okay, we fixed all problems that we have, but the last one, Jetpack Compose. We need to have composable function with Flutter inside. Easy peasy. We have a specific composable thing, Android View, that can have Flutter inside, and we created our own Flutter composable that will provide Android View, and that will take Flutter engine as a parameter. So this result source code that I already presented in the beginning, but the difference is that in column we have one Flutter composable with one Flutter engine, then like image, text, and finally Flutter composable with different entry point and different engine. And result. Yeah, it works. It's just composable column with 2 different Flutter composable and image and text. So you have like new, something new. Okay, composable with Flutter. Let's try to increase the speed because I have only 5 minutes. iOS. iOS have also 3 different options to set up the project. We will choose the simplest one with Kakao pods. And to be honest, if you set up iOS applications, much more easier than Android because there are no conflicts of versions. Everything works fine. Pod install and voila. But in instructions, there is only one option how to add Flutter in to iOS application. Only add Flutter screen to iOS app. But no, but how? I wanted to have many pieces of Flutter there. If you just read details of the manual, you will find that Flutter works in iOS as a Flutter view controller, but we can have more than one controller on the screen. So the next steps are similar with Android. We create Flutter engine group. We create Flutter view that have Flutter engine as a parameter and provide Flutter view controller. And also just put them to the to declarative tree of Swift UI view. And then also possible. Also works fine. We can use many Flutter pieces in Swift UI and Jetpack composable application. For web, let's run. It's since the last version of Flutter, there is opportunity to embed Flutter in the real web application. And yeah, I checked. I put it into Angular application, but I didn't have enough time to put 2 pieces of Flutter. I was able to put only 1, but I think I will find later and publish it as well. Performance. I checked performance. I don't know, not performance, I mean like memory consumption and CPU. Yes, CPU works a little bit more when we use Flutter, but I wouldn't say that it's like incredible increasing of CPU time. But from memory point of view, if you will see number in Android application, 128 megabytes of memory. Android with Flutter, 200, twice more. But if you have 2 Flutter, the amount is similar. So if you need to merge them, anyway, you will need to increase the amount of memory that you need, but you can add more than 1 Flutter and nothing will change. So, conclusions. No. Of course, it's not like a very often case, but if you have a choice between implement everything from scratch or merge, of course, from business perspective, merge will be much more useful because money, like team, and everything. Yeah. And now you can tell your manager or business owner, yeah, we have a way. We can just use them together. And yeah, I have no more time. I have final slide about who is a Flutter developer, proper Flutter developer. You can do everything with any language because a little bit. Proper Flutter developers need to know a little bit Swift, a little bit Kotlin, a little bit JavaScript, a little bit C++, just to have ability to join everything around Flutter application and make it work well together. Yeah, and I think it's a future of any Flutter developer be expert on everything for a little bit. So this is the final slide. There is my Twitter. You see, I didn't provide the link to my GitHub, but you can find it during the slides because I didn't publish source code yet because I didn't prepare it well. But I think I will do it next week and will tweet about it. So if you're interested, just follow me on Twitter and you will get source code next week. So thank you very much for attention.
Thank you, Alex. We don't have time for questions here, but if you have any questions, Alex will be there on a break, so you can ask him. Mm-hmm. You can log out. Are you with your laptop? Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. I can use your laptop. It's just a link. Can you make my laptop? I can substitute mine. Let me see. Okay, and next speaker is coming from Norway. He's also organizer of a big Flutter conference called Flutter Vikings. He's also GD. He will talk about Road to Dart 3. And have you used here DALL-E for this image? It looks really weird, 3. Oh, yeah.
Working? Yeah. I don't. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can see on the screen.
Yeah, Midjourney is actually an AI tool that you can write some prompt in text and you get an image back. This one though is not built with Midjourney, but I tried another similar one because Midjourney you have to pay for that. It's not free. There is another one that is free and it's just identical to Midjourney almost, and that is Blue Velo or something like that. I can share the website. So you can use it for free and you can get the same thing out of it. I tried, I don't know, maybe a couple of hours to get this picture finally. I don't really recommend it though, so I could have just had another picture. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, floor is yours.
Okay, so we had a story about okay, now I don't see you. It's super bright. But okay, let's see. Does this supposed to work? It does. Hello everyone and welcome and thank you for being patient and sitting here. I know that now I am in between of you and break. So you have been here for 1 hour and always it's a tough situation to be before some break and lunch and dinner and stuff. But I'll try to have at least a session that you get something out of it, hopefully, and also make it simple that it's not boring. The topic that I want to present, though, it's pretty advanced, but I try to make it simple. My name is Majid. I am head of DevRel at Invertase, and I'm also a GDE for Flutter and Dart. I'm not going to talk about myself, but you can find me on social media as well as internet, mostly with this handler, and I will share that at the end of this session. Don't worry about it. You get all the slides as well. But what I'm going to talk about is some of the new features in Dart 3, which makes it super exciting to myself, and how it can help you as Flutter developer, not Dart, not any other language developer, but Flutter developer, that you can utilize this feature into a Flutter application. But before we start, I know Alex also asked this question, but how many of you really are doing Flutter every day? Okay, that's great. And how many of you have migrated your project to Dart 3 and Flutter 3.10? So, fantastic. And how many of you know about new feature in Flutter or Dart 3, like records, patterns, switch? This is a perfect audience that I want. So you're right in the spot. For those of you who know this feature and used it, well, you may find something interesting, especially the shortcuts that I show you if you have not used. But for those who don't know about this feature, I'll try to digest it as much as I can to look like very simple. And I hope after this session, in the break, you migrate your project to Flutter 3.10. And let's talk about it. One of the things that usually we do as Dart and Flutter developers is getting some kind of JSON from an API, a typical front-end developer, right? We are also, as a Flutter developer, like a front-end developer. We get some kind of data from backend, typically a JSON format, and you try to turn it to an object, a Dart object, which you can utilize it in Dart or Flutter. So, well, let's explore the opportunities here. What do you do usually? What can you do? One thing is that you can just write maybe a function here, just an example, and turn your JSON to an array, and get an access to each of these fields, which you get from this JSON, and show it, whatever you want to do with it, right? Not really interesting. We don't really do that in Dart, but that's one of the things you can do. So typically what you do is you create a class, right? Because that's the way you turn a JSON object to a Dart object. You create a class, then, well, what you can do in this case, now you can return in that function this class and pass your data from JSON. Of course, there are lots of things here. What if it's null? What if it's blah, blah, blah? Just don't worry about that. Let's continue like everything is working in a perfect scenario, which never happens, but okay. So in this case, though, now you're going to get access to your data or Dart object data, well, which is nice. Now you get an access to name, for example, just by calling a getter here. Fine. This is very typical in Flutter, though. You're going to use a code generation probably and have from JSON factory method and then return your Dart object. Maybe use some kind of code generation as well to freeze or whatever to give you all of these out of the box as well. Who is using this approach? Almost everyone, right? Was expected. But what if, how many times you reach to a point that you're creating a lot of boilerplate just because of two fields, right? And, well, it doesn't necessarily need to be like in a Dart object, in that way, generation, blah, 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 blah. There are lots of time now, even in the app, like that you are developing, you want to actually serialize your data, but you don't really want to create a class going through all of those generation and build and blah, 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 because it's just two fields or maybe three fields. I guess many of you have faced this issue. Let's take this an example here and talk about it. This is where records are coming in place. It's not just about type, it's about the structure of the data as well. Let's talk about it. Actually, I think I can. No, I cannot right now because this is not my laptop. Well, I just wanted to like have a highlighter, but you will see that I think it's big enough. Everyone can see, right? So in Dart, records are indicated with parentheses, and all of the members are separated by comma. So in this case, you either gonna have kind of like a value without any name, which in this case first is that value, or you can't even name it. Like for example, a colon means, well, I have a value of 2, which is assigned to a name A. Okay, sounds good? Now I define the record. Why this is helpful? Let's take the example that we had. So there you go. That is the function. Previously, I was returning a class for it because I could do it in Dart, right? But now I can actually return these record instead. So what I just need to do, instead of that class, I just need to change the class to these parentheses, and it gives me this record. Okay, fantastic. So this is one of the use cases of records. Then you can get access to each of these members by built-in getters, which are usually, or they are defined by $sign and the position. Like if you want to get access to name, which is the first one, you get a speaker.$1, which is not really nice, right? But that's the way it works. How can we make it better? That's where another feature in Dart 3 comes in handy, and that is patterns. Patterns are usually defined in two different ways. The one that I'm going to show you is for destructuring the data. So in this case, instead of using those getters and assign it to a value, I use pattern destructuring, and I just assign the value of my record to another value that I named it here as name. As you can see here, I am getting name as a string from my record and assign it to a variable named name. So then I can print name. So I have name available in my application. Not always it's nice to have positional, members. Sometimes it's nicer to have named annotation here. For example, if you want to actually really define named, what you can do, you can just add curly braces with the type and a name of variable to your records, and you get a named members. The same thing happens to the record, though. Now you named it name. When you define the value, so you need to say which name the value should be assigned to. And in this case, well, the name is going to be your data. And of course, then in this case, you get access to the getters with the name of your annotation that you defined. So, well, you're going to get speakers.name as the getter. You can also destructure it, by the way. That's the way you destructure it right now. This is a shorthand of destructuring records with pattern destructuring method. So when you say column name, you're telling Dart3 that, hey, compiler, I actually have a name member, which the name is name, and I want to assign it to a variable that the name of it is name. Well, it's too many names. Let's talk about age. So I have age as a name, assign the value to the variable of name. The shorthand, though, is going to be colon, age, name, whatever. OK, nice. Then you get access to your variables. But what if, in some cases, you want to actually change the variable name, but not the value? So in this case, you can use your name of variable that you had in the records, and then assign it to a new name, as you can see in the screen. There are also sometimes that you need to bypass some of the values. This is not a valid case. This is not a good case here. But if you really want to skip some values and get access to like the third member, you don't need the other ones, you can actually just use underline. And that's going to be skipped by compiler. But this was very simple example. But now let's talk about a little bit more complex. So another type of JSON you get a list of speakers. Well, that's me, and that's my edge a couple of thousand years ago. And well, what you're going to do right now, and what I want to show you is destructuring with a variable assignment or expression that is new also to Dart3. And I deliberately actually chose this example because I can show you how easy or how you can make your mind when it comes to destructuring in complex scenarios. So I have my JSON, okay, received. Now I want to destructure it and assign some value with pattern destructuring. Right, okay, sounds great. So I'm going to have my JSON. And as you can see, I'm telling to the Dart, there is a speaker key, which it's an array, and in that array, you're going to have a name, which I'm assigning the variable here in this case. It's going to be Majid, and the edge, which is going to be 25. If you just match this right now, you see how simple you can use it. If you look at it like suddenly in this scenario, whoa, what is happening? But if you come back to the previous slide, you take a look at the structure of your JSON and your, the pattern matching here, you see, oh, it's not actually that difficult. I'm actually matching key by key and value by value. And that's exactly what is happening here. But what is nice, though, here, I added another slide here, but it's not here. But anyway, I'm going to talk about it. now you know about records and patterns, which is fantastic. The destructuring here in this case and matching, which I'm going to talk about it also. So one thing is interesting that actually you can use these together with some other expressions, for example, if statements or switch statements. There is new keyword also in if, which is a guard clause, and that's case. What it happens right now, let me tell you this. This is amazing. If you want to actually get access to name, just print name. What you typically do, or if you don't even do it, the code generation is doing for you, you need to have validations. You need to say if JSON is coming, okay? If the key speaker is there, okay? If the first speaker is an array, yeah, okay? If there is any member, yes. And if the first value is there, yes. And then you can say this is name, right? If. Even if you don't write it, still the code generation will do that for you. But this new one here is actually my favorite. You ignore all of the things that you've done. With this pattern matching and with just case in the if, it does all of those if validation for you. So the case says, oh, I need to check if it's a valid JSON. Okay, it's a map, of course. Is there any key speakers? Yes. And is there any name as a string? Yes. Even if it's not a string, it's just not going to go through the block. So all the validation is just going to be done with just one keyword. Isn't it good? Okay. You can now also combine that with switch statement. So you can use the same pattern, this structuring, and then add it to the case here. You can pass your JSON and say, well, this is not actually a great example for switch, but I think you get the idea. I just wanted to compare with the if in the previous one. But what if you want to actually have another guard here? What if you want to say if I have another value somewhere, and in the statement, I want to combine it with something else and add a guard. Like, if the speaker is older than 25, show the name. Otherwise, don't do that, like in the case. There's another keyword here, which is when, that adds another guard clause for you in the case of the expression. So you can just go ahead, all the validation is done, and plus, when the two statement that you have are also valid. Like in this case, the custom edge that I defined. You can even make it a bit shorter. Let's take a look at that. And that's where you can combine this with your destructuring pattern. And if the edge is there and also the custom edge is available, then you can do such a things. How many of you, now you're developing, most of you, all of you almost, Flutter development. How many of you written a function that gets you the theme or the mood, like the mode, dark mode, light mode? You use it differently. You definitely have done that. Even if you don't raise your hand, you're doing that. Probably you don't remember. So this is a typical scenario. You have a function to get you a theme, either is a light or dark or do whatever else. So another thing that you can do, and it's actually available in Dart 3, you can simplify. You just look at this statement on the top and see how you can simplify this. You can just go ahead and use now a fat arrow, which returns, you have the case, get rid of the case, just the validation, the case validation, and then the value that you want to get with this arrow function, which is super good. And what makes this good is actually not this arrow, it's this one, where you can combine this with records and get some value. So in this case, I'm telling, hey, this function, I'm returning my switch. Now my switch gives me a variable, and that variable is going to be a record, which is like just two different things. For example, when I need only the text color and brightness. I really don't need to call a class or blah, blah, and blah, blah. So I just can use the records for that. Another interesting, I guess, scenario. How many of you using Feature Builder or have used Feature Builder? If you don't use Feature Builder, you're not a Flutter developer. Of course, you used it. So, but nowadays, maybe you use a state management or something to make it a bit simpler. But behind the scenes, it's still the Feature Builder. So you probably know that in the Feature Builder, you're going to have a builder where you get a data, and then you decide what to do based on that. If there is any data, or no data, or error, or whatever. Right? And now, with these records and pattern matching and the switch, which comes as an expression, you can just simplify all of your flow. I bet you know that when you have a feature builder, your widget is going to look like that big because you have so many if somewhere, checking. But then now you can simplify that. Of course, you can write some abstraction, some function, and make it a bit less. But you can now turn it into a switch, which you can destructure your data. And the interesting part is, well, you look at this here. I'm just saying, hey, give me the async snapshot. And when, this is a guard, there is any data, then do something, right? I can even make it simpler. I can just say, hey, what if I destructure or match my data directly? All of those checks, even the previous one, which is still short, become even shorter. The validations all will be done by the compiler or by Dart. And if all goes well, then you will see the text is going to be rendered. If there is data, no error, async is there, everything is fine, that's where you get what you need to get. And the last example I want to share is handling some errors. You probably have written similar ones, right? Like defining your exceptions based on what you receive from backend. And your backend developer usually tells you, hey, we're going to have a different type of exception. OK, fine. Then you need to probably turn it into some human-readable text, right? So you don't want to just show a gray screen in production, do you? You probably do, because you don't say anything right now. You need to handle your exception gracefully. Please do. Respect your audience. So, but what can we do here? So we at least with the new features, we can make it a bit simpler. Like, as you can see here, this is a typical scenario, OK? I can turn it to a little bit more simpler solution. A switch, I can destructure, I can just use record and other things just to make it simple. Fine. A few lines of code now becomes 3 lines or 4 lines. Another thing that I can do is using new modifier of the classes. It's a couple of modifiers for classes in Dart 3. I'm not going to talk about all of them because it just makes it a little bit confusing in the beginning. Eventually, you will learn about them. But one of those, which is very interesting to myself, and I've been using that with other packages to make it happen, was sealed classes. Who knows what is sealed classes? Can someone explain? I dare you, explain. Don't worry. Then you don't know what sealed classes. You just use sealed classes. Go ahead. Yes. That's correct. But two important things about sealed classes is that sealed classes right now in Dart 3 makes them to ensure that the classes are exhaustively, if I even pronounce the word correctly, I hope we have some English people here, so please help, exhaustively, I think it's the word, to ensure that the class is exhaustively being utilized. And what does it mean exactly? Okay, so you see that in the previous example, I just use the class and implement exceptions because I just wanted to define other exceptions. And I use switch to return whatever I want. But in this example here, if you take a look at the 4 implementation top, I do have 3 here. One of them is missing. And no one in Dart 2 will understand that. No one notice until you get a point that someone comes to you and say, hey, I don't receive this error. Or, you notice it by whatever. How can you make this not happen to your application? That's going to be the seal class. When you use sealed class now in Dart, this is one of the use cases, and then use it together with switch, you cannot leave any implementation behind. Because compiler is telling you, hey, you forget about another one. Because it's been implemented somewhere in this library that you're using. So the Flutter app that you're building is your library. In your library, anywhere you implement an exception, anywhere, doesn't matter where. And even if you don't know, in that switch, you will get this error. And that means exhaustively matched. You cannot bypass any implementation. And that is fantastic because now you're 100% sure whatever you implement is going to be utilized and you have a usage for it. All good? Understood? There are lots of other features, as I said, modifiers and different event scenarios for Dart features, like feature records and patterns. I definitely, it's not going to fit into 30 minutes talk, but what was very important for me personally was the features that I could use, at least the scenarios, out of all of these new things, that I can simplify my Flutter development. And those are the ones that I showed you, and I use it now every day. I hope you will use it too. You're going to go and upgrade your application right after this. Don't overuse this feature, by the way. It's not like you have to change everything to record. You have to use. It's not that way. Please stay tuned and be calm, and whenever it's necessary, use it. Do I have time? 2 minutes. If I ask him, going to be 3 minutes?
3 minutes.
Okay, I have 2 minutes. Please, question. Let's go back.
So in this case, if I put like an else statement, can I ignore the exhaustion?
No.
Oh, in Dart you can do that, right?
Well, if you are implementing a sealed class and you're using a switch here and you're missing one of the cases, the implementations, you cannot ignore them. That's Swift and Kotlin. You are doing Dart. That's different. That's the best language in the world. But you have default one. It doesn't. If you have 10 implementation of a class, a sealed class, and you have still a default here, you can have a default, but it doesn't bypass that. Yeah, it just nag you and say, hey, this is missing. Even though you have a default, like through an error, let's say, we still get that. I told you, it's the best language in the world. Slides are there. You can ask me a question later as well. And thank you very much. Have a very nice break. I think you're going to come up, right?
Thank you, Majid. We are supposed to have a short break now, but I heard some of you are hungry. Don't ask me how I know. but the food is already here. So we'll have bigger break now. We'll have half an hour break, and we will have smaller break later. That also means that all the schedule on the website is invalid, and I'm the one who who determines the schedule from now on. So you ask me directly if you want to know anything. Food should be there. I haven't seen the food, but it should be on the tables. You can grab a beer. There's like fridge. It says pull request on it, and you can pull to refresh. Those are 2 programming pans in one fridge. You also have other drinks. You have toilet here, and behind the elevator you can go floor below for more toilets. And I think that's it. See you in a half hour.
I think
Yeah, it's okay. Okay,
yeah.
I will.
Yeah.
Okay, we are continuing. If you are outside, you can eat inside, Frank. We will close one door as a sign that it's starting soon. So take your seat. As a pressure on this, so Okay, we are going to continue now with Teresa, who is a GD. She's coming from London, I think. Or yeah. Okay, Teresa, floor is yours.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm not sure if I'm loud enough. Yes? Okay. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. I'm Teresa, and I work for JP Morgan as software engineer. I'm really glad to be here. And I will talk about testing in Flutter today, but I will actually not talk about how to write tests for each piece of your function, because I know you're all expert here. And we all Flutter engineer here. Anyone who isn't? Okay, it's okay. Which is great, because I'm not actually going to talk about how to write the tests in Flutter, but because there were so many types of tests right now in project, especially in front-end project. And hopefully this session will give information of actually you can apply for any of your project in any language. This is something I noticed in most of the project is that we actually write tests, but people actually get confused of when to write what kind of tests. So I will divide the project into different stages, into different phases, and I'll talk about how we do tests in each of them. Starting from discovery, that means we need to understand the project, understand the feature, and going to integration, that's when you start writing the code, implementing the code. What tests do we write in this step? And look at release, what kind of tests we need before we release our feature. And to give you some bit extra information about something like a bonus, nice to have. I'm sure not everyone is doing exactly the whole flow, but at least hopefully we will have some information about what to do at where. But again, it's not the only solution. It's just like something I have experienced ways, and I think this one of the good suggestions I would give. So. But before we begin, when and how to choose what test you need to write actually associate with your Git strategy. Why? Because as I was saying, how we do tests depending on the phase of our project, either it's integration or release. And if we look at our branching mode, either we use trunk, for example, when we use trunk-based, right? How many of us here are using trunk? No, okay. Trunk means actually, it's actually a extreme programming a methodology. That means every time we commit your code, this commitment actually goes into production. And it's actually quite difficult to achieve. That means you probably don't have a feature branch or bug branch. So every time we actually merge, you will actually trigger release. Because of this type of Git branching model is actually nice to have, but very difficult. So we have a different type that scale trunk means you will have a release branch, but you have master branch. I think if you don't use trunk, you probably use Git flow. Yeah, great. Okay, so actually what we're talking about today is very close to Git flow. That means we have our integration. We create a PR, we have a feature branch. Then we have code review, and this code then get merged to our develop or main branch. And we have then release our code from release branch. So we have discovery, integration, release, right? So great. Okay. So this is not something that not everyone will do, but we tried it in our team. And if you are using testing in a very automated way, so everything is like super automated by CI/CD and running all the tests, you might miss the final touch of some human interaction in your project because you cannot automate everything, right? If you don't agree with me, please raise your hand. At least I noticed I cannot automate everything. That's why we need to talk about things. So we run this one at beginning of each sprint. What we do is, it can be 2 people or 3, whoever is the knowing the feature in depth, right? Could be a developer with a QA engineer. We just talk about this feature, like a chat, talk about each scenarios, edge cases, like just to try to cover things that we don't actually think of, try to break the feature and think about this from the user's view. So this is called exploratory testing, try to break the application, either before you start implementing the feature, and we also do this at the beginning of release as well. That means we want to actually try to break the application to find edge cases, and then we can fix it before the feature goes out. What I will be talking about now quite heavily is about BDD. So again, so maybe you hear about BDD, TDD a lot. So BDD is actually agile process. It's not about testing at all. It's actually about bring everyone on the table, understand what we are trying to implement. This is actually a way force us not to have a good testing coverage, but force us to design, to think about the feature in depth. And why? Right, and also I will talk about why when we do BDD, we will naturally also do TDD as well. Think about this, right? At the moment, without doing BDD, I'm sure you all talk about a feature when before implementing it, right? You wouldn't just take a feature and starting to write your code. So we're actually all doing some kind of discovery, BDD already, but BDD will help us to convert this kind of discovery into a very formatted way that we can test our discoveries with Gherkin. So I'm not saying everyone will be doing the old way, but imagine that your PO, right, give you a story or feature for you to implement, and the PO will explain this feature to everyone, right, in a session. And the engineer will probably give estimations at time. And then we're starting to implement this feature. It is like a usual process that we do. Yeah, as you're noting, okay. But with BDD, it's still similar, but we can actually, we discover this together. And what do I mean we discover this together, right? And that's the flow, and I'll show you a bit Right, sorry, I go quicker. Right. And what do I mean? That we are discover this together, because in this discovering meeting, however you call it, 3 amigos meeting or feature discovery meeting, right? We will have at least 3 people from each team together. Those 3 people are like the 3 amigos. It's the product people who knows the product. It's the engineer who is implementing it, bring up the tech questions. And the QA engineers who will be the one testing the feature, who actually knows how to break it, right? Those are the 3 amigos, but you can bring more people here, right? It doesn't mean that's the only 3 people we need here. This is why I was saying BDD is actually a very good way to transform this discovery into a formatted technique that help you to convert your discovery into coding. So this is actually what we do in the BDD session, in the discovery, and we will be converting the data into Gherkin scenario. But when the BDD starts, everything here is actually blank, but I won't have time to go through this discovery from beginning, so I'm just writing down the end result here. So in the beginning of BDD discovery, this is blank. The PO will be the one filling up the yellow stickers, so the PO will be also be the one putting on the rules. So each of the yellow sticker is the story, and then the PO will write down the rule. And then the green stickers will be empty. That's for everyone in the session to starting to give information. Those are actually real examples. You will convert back as your testing data of things that you need. Either it's a good example or a bad example. So how you actually write to test your function. And during this discovery phase, there might be some questions, right? The PO might be able to answer you straight away. And maybe there are things that the product people couldn't give you information now. Those will be noted down in the red stickers, and they will come back to it. This session will be like a very, I would say, a very standard way to bring everyone's knowledge on the table, put everything down as a data. And a good indicator here is if you notice that a yellow sticker, a story, filled up with too many rules, that means this story is quite big. So you should split it into 2 stories. And for a rule, if there were so many examples, right, like more than 10, 20 different examples, that means this rule is actually quite complicated. So again, split this rule down into 2. And if you have, for each story or epic, you have lots of red stickers, questions that you can be answered. Again, this is another indicator saying this story is not ready. We should put them in backlog. Think about it. Let's not rush into implement this feature in this sprint. So having this BDD session actually give you lots of ways to actually find out what is the story about. So again, we don't actually just end up here, right? Those are just data. What we're going to do with it, we will then convert those data into user acceptance criteria. You can either write them in a notebook or write them in Jira underneath your story. Whoever writing it, it doesn't matter, right? And a good suggestion is that to write this AC down following Gherkin style. And what does it look like, right? So now we're going into the integration, actually writing the code. But again, data is the same. We take the data from our discovery phase. We are starting to write Gherkin in BDD. And how do we do it, right? I'm sure you can all read this, right? It's just pure English. This is Gherkin. Few keywords here given, and continue on with the conditions, when and then. And so a quick example in Flutter, right? When there's libraries you can actually use to help you implementing using Gherkin, right? So you don't have to do everything else from scratch. You implement the library of the Cucumber library in Flutter, and you create any file in a folder called test drivers with the extension of feature. It will be converted into Cucumber automatically. And step is actually your testing data. So what is, how does a Gherkin language look like, right? So Gherkin is like a syntax. It's a pure English, and Cucumber is just a framework that you can use for Gherkin. So, for example, here we have a title feature, and the feature is to append some alphabet after a text, right? So we write on the scenarios, and we're starting to write a given. The user expects something, and when is the trigger, when the user clicks something, or when actually the event is fired, then something will happen, right? That's a result. This data will be something we collect from our stickers. Continue, right? So again, at integration level, we will convert the Gherkin into tests. This is, again, still part of BDD. We will start again, sorry. So if you see here, maybe it's not big enough. I hope you can see it. Everything right in a given statement have to be exactly the same as written down in a feature file. Otherwise, the test won't be triggered. So you copy exactly the same word in a given block. And in a test, that's where you're actually starting to test. So one of the things I would recommend personally is that only focus on testing behavior here. Behavior here means logic. Do not test the UI. You can use BDD on end-to-end tests. It's just technique. But when you write BDD at integration level, just stick to logic, right? Do not test UI here, otherwise it's quite expensive to run. So if you use, depends on how your project is, right? If you use clean architecture, this will be where you're starting to test your state or your use case, and before you go into the component. So here I would say a use case dot append test, right? So up to now, even though we haven't talked about TDD, but you see how BDD is linked with TDD, because we haven't actually started writing the feature yet, but we actually planned, designed, architectured our feature, and we're starting to writing down tests naturally without implementing it. We don't have this feature yet. Those are just empty tests. We trigger it, it will fail. And this is why we have, sorry, I'm coming back. We talked about BDD and the TDD, and this is why BDD associates with TDD naturally. And actually, TDD was invented earlier by Agile, and BDD was actually added later as a way to enhance people to use TDD in a better format. Right. And a very nice feature by Jira, and it is available for Dart and Flutter as well. If you use BDD and on Jira, you can just run this, once you run this command, and it will actually link your tests in your Jira board as a live document. So in the future, if you come back or do like a feature upgrade or refactory, you will never lose your BDD scenarios. So you always have them documented. You don't have to write document again. Right. Oh, I have this here. I don't have to go back. Sorry. So this is actually how we are always saying BDD, TDD together, because when you use BDD following this process, you would actually starting to do TDD naturally. So now when we talk about integration, of course, we will never forget about unit tests. So we started from discovery, writing TDD from the use case into our repository, into our actually each of the function that we will actually unit test with. How am I doing with time? Okay, actually, I have lots of time. We have different types of how we can mock objects, right? I'm not sure which one you prefer. I mean, we had like some debate of if mocking is better or inject. Again, this is up to you and how you design your project and which library you use. So another thing that at this level, at integration, when I was saying do not test heavily on UI, it doesn't mean that you don't test your component. In Flutter, the library actually provides you a very efficient and quick way to test your component without, it's not actually that expensive. So you can do things like component tests, right? But it's probably not business logic. You can actually, you can do things like a search, find, and verify a UI component here, and run your tests with mock data, and which doesn't need to build up a device and emulator. So basically, at integration level, we want to actually test our functions in isolation, right? Just test each function. It's not, we don't have to link them together. That's what we do at the end with end-to-end tests. So with integration tests, we care about failing tests, happy pass and unhappy pass. At end-to-end level, because we test our logic thoroughly already at this stage. At end-to-end level, because those are very expensive tests, we only care about the happy path. Right, so we talked about discovery, and we're starting to write our functions using BDD, Gherkin, and TDD with some unit tests, right? And we're actually happy. So we commit our code from our PR to the main branch. And at the end of the sprint, we are actually going to release our application. At this stage, we need to do more tests, right? I'm sure you're all familiar with end-to-end tests, regression tests, right? As in order to automate things at this stage, we probably will automate the tests, right? Either, but again, we probably still do some manual tests anyhow. As a recommendation, when we create our pipeline running the tests at integration level, that means when we create a pull request to merge our code to the main branch, the recommended time to run these tests is within 15 to 20 minutes. And imagine if we have UI tests in here, it would take probably 40, 50 minutes if you have a large project. So integration level, our PR should be around the 15, 20 minutes. And release is actually quite complex. It has lots of different layers. That means at this stage, our tests might take half an hour, 40 minutes to run. That means we need to cover literally everything. And in the end, we are going to deploy our application in production. And this might be a different, separate pipeline. Again, this goes back to your Git branching model. If you're using Git flow, you will have release pipeline, right? And the release pipeline will then be the one deployed to your production. That means if we talk about Flutter for mobile application, this will be a protected pipeline, which is quite secure. Not everyone have access to modify it. Maybe we'll trigger this in a very auto way. They should be fairly quick to run. The purpose of having this pipeline is to actually build the application, sign it, and deploy it to the App Store. Right. So what is end-to-end tests? It's actually very easy to understand, but I've actually seen lots of wrong way to use it. When I say wrong way, I mean it's not actually wrong, but different ways that people are using it. So some argues that we should run UI tests on device at each PR level. That means every time when we actually create a pull request, we should run integration tests and end-to-end tests to make sure everything works. But if we follow the style of BDD, if the logic works, the UI should be fine. So it's a flow of running widget tests in action. And again, I was saying a lot, it's actually quite expensive to run because for these tests, it requires using device and emulator. So I'm not going to read these tests line by line. I'm just giving you an example of actually, with the power of Flutter, you can actually use the testing library from Flutter naturally to cover most of the tests you need. You don't need to integrate with third-party library. This is a bit different from frameworks like, for example, React Native. In React Native, if you want to follow this kind of tests steps, you have to use libraries like a detox, right? For example, it doesn't have like a package in one house under one roof. Right. So we run our end-to-end tests, and these end-to-end tests will give us a very good indicator of the code is releasable or not. But how often do we actually release the application on the first run? We don't, right? We cut the branch, we run the end-to-end tests, but there will be something happening and we have to fix our code because there's always be some bug on the release branch. We fix the bug. Before we merge or after merge this bug fix to the release branch, we then trigger this regression tests. This one actually means we want to catch bugs that it's accidentally introduced into a release candidate, which behaves differently or change the behavior. And it's actually half-half, right? It can be automated, and it also can be a very manual process as well. Right, so if by any chance you are doing all these kind of tests in your project, thank you. I'm sure your project will be super polished and super clean. Probably you have no bugs in production at all. But some other nice to have, like a bonus tests here, I would actually recommend in a way, right? So first, contract testing. How many of you using this one here? No? Wanted to explore it? No? Okay. Yeah, it's actually very interesting. Again, how often does backend change break your front-end project in production? Never? Yes, it does, right? So when backend API, whatever you use, API, GraphQL, so when your backend make some change, they don't actually know how this change would impact the front-end project because there's no test between front-end and the back-end. So let's not blame them for things that is breaking. But again, they have to do some breaking changes, right? So through communication, by shouting on Slack, right, saying, I'm deploying something that might break your application, just test it. But this can be on the Friday evening, right? Who cares? This is why we have this contract testing. This is a bridge between your front-end project and your back-end project, right? What does it mean? So we don't actually test the breaking change again, right? Can communicate by Slack. We create this broker in the middle. So the integration of contract testing is actually very simple. It's actually the same as what we do for unit test, but we test API. We don't actually consume the API, but we just make sure when there's a change for the API that the bug is detected. So in a consumer side, that's a front end. We run this test first, right? So we consume the API. We run the test first. The test result, which is mocked, will go into broker. And at the backend side, they will use our test data to test their API. So when they update their API, running the tests using our data, if something breaking, something actually fell, that means this is a breaking change, and they need to be very cautious to deploy it. At least we should fix our side of things, run this test again, and if their test doesn't fail again, that means they can deploy the API. So this will be actually very nice to have, but again, it takes some time to implement this contract testing. And I rarely see them in production, in project. And caching is not a testing process, but again, something nice to have. So that means, so at least, in our project, we cache our testing data. That means we only need to test things are changed. So if we run to, like for example, our project has 70 modules, and to test each module at PR level, it might take actually 30 minutes. But if we use the caching, that means we only test affected area that with those line of code that is changed, or the code that is changed has impact of other code, like dependencies, but we don't test the code that didn't change, that is unchanged. This is actually power of caching, so now we actually managed to reduce our unit test integration tests. Sometimes, right, if we submit a PR, which is one line of code, our PR can be just 1 minute or 2. This improves our production efficiency a lot. And this one is actually not nice to have, but essential if you are supporting accessibility, or if you're building a product that is all-inclusive. And one of the things I myself found very, very difficult to dealing with at accessibility to automate the whole testing is the navigation and the screen focus. I don't have a best solution at the moment. I mean, following the natural screen navigation, everything is fine. But when we actually see the screen, tapping it, and actually see virtually can see it, it's very different from actually using the accessibility functions that we couldn't actually see the screen, or just depending on the reading of the text. The navigation can break if there's a pop-up, or if there's some going back or going forward of the screen. I'm still dealing with this function at the moment, so if you have like a good way to deal with navigation at accessibility, I'm really happy to hear your solution and to discuss it. But for accessibility testing, navigation and the screen focus are the two of the key major features to think about. Right, before we finish, a quick summary. This for each of the tests, what does it give you, right? So unit test, it gives you lower confidence, but it's actually very quick to run, and it's less expensive. Widget test, it gives you higher confidence and has more dependencies, but again, it's actually quite quick to execute. End-to-end is probably the highest confidence that to catch all the things of your application, but it's actually very expensive to run, and it's very slow. Right, thank you. That's all my presentation.
Thank you, Teresa. We don't have time for questions now, but if anyone has questions after the break, they can come and ask you. Do you have a mic?
Yeah, I will put the mic on.
Okay, next speaker is Sandro. There are gaming cafes in Zagreb and a few other countries called Friendly Fire. And if you ever been there, you have used Flutter app, Windows Flutter app. So just so you know. Sandro works there, and he will be talking about Navigator. So Sandro, floor is yours.
Okay. So yeah, Teresa had a great last slide about how navigation is hard in many cases, and routing is harder. So I'm going to try to talk about routing strategies and what is not navigation. And already in the title we can see two very similar words, routing and navigation. Can anyone tell me the difference between those concepts? Can anyone try? There's really no bad answers here at this point. Okay, but nevertheless, we're gonna try to answer those questions. And the first question we need to ask ourselves is, what is even a navigator? Unsurprisingly, it's a widget that manages a stack of pages. It manages some more stuff, of course, also bottom sheets, dialogues that are not specifically pages, but they can create their own routes. So Navigator manages routes in some way, but it's easier to say this, especially with the new Navigator's Pages API. So we'll stick to that. Navigator is a widget that manages pages. Then going level up, what is a router? Again, router is a widget, but fairly more complex than a navigator. I'm not sure, do I have a laser here? I'm going to try this button. Okay. We don't have a laser. So yeah, router consisted. Wow. I cannot find the right word. What? Oh, laser. Nice. Okay. And while we were finding a laser, I couldn't remember a word that I was going to say, but router has 4 main components. That's the right. So we have route information provider that provides the URL, the route representation from platform and reports it back to the platform. Then this route representation, which comes into our app, is handled by route information parser that converts it into an object that we want to work with in the most important component of router. That's the router delegate. And what does the router delegate do? It manages a navigator. Router delegate is responsible to build and maintain the consistency of the navigator. So router manages navigator. Maybe in plural, but... And we also have back button dispatcher, about which no one wants to talk about, and that's only for the Android back button, and it doesn't behave nicely. So that's a router, a widget that manages navigators. This is from my last talk. This is a complete flow of routing when you say, okay, I want to route there, but we're not going to cover that. Then the last step is, what is a routing package? We've heard a lot about routing packages recently, maybe like 6 months ago, a year ago. This was a very popular topic. So we have Go Router coming late to the stage, but becoming the most popular for reasons we all know. We have Beamer, we have AutoRoute, we have Route Master. And these are maybe the most popular ones that a lot of people here use. But we have a bunch of others, like maybe 50 or more. Some of them, Clever Router, vRouter, Flora, and so on. And what does a routing package do? Well, it's some kind of a logical unit that manages routers. And to kind of summarize all of that we learned, navigator manages pages, router manages navigators, and routing package manages routers. So when someone in the future asks you what's the difference between routing and navigation, maybe you get a better answer this time. And again, after this, an important topic we need to cover, because it's a key difference that happened between navigator and router API, is the concept of declarative navigation. So what is declarative navigation? Most of us were previously used to imperative navigation, and that's when we do navigator.push, navigator.pop. We tell it what to do, what to push on the existing stack. And the difference is, in declarative navigation, we always just put pages inside navigator and rebuild it. So if we're here on page 1 and we want to push page 2 on top of it, imperatively we would just call push page 2. Declaratively, we would just rebuild the navigator with 2 pages in the stack. If we want to push page 3, imperatively push page 3. Declaratively, just rebuild the navigator with 3 pages. And here's the interesting case. What if we want to pop from this stack of 3 pages to the stack that has just 1 page? Imperatively, it can get messy, especially if that page was not in the original stack. But we would do some pop until, and then push, and then replace something. But declaratively, we again just rebuild the navigator with just 1 page. So in this sense, declarative API is much better and much sturdier and predictable. Also, another example that can help you imagine the difference, how does it feel to be the app and to be navigating. And that's a very, very bad example from myself, because every time I say to someone that I do routing, navigation, I have to specify, but it's not related to maps. And here I am using an example with maps. So we have, imperatively, we are standing on a street, we are somewhere in our app, we can turn right, we can go forward, left, but we don't know really where are we going, where we came from, and what's the scenery around us. In declarative navigation, that's how we have to specify if we are using the router API, although most packages abstract this concept and you don't really see that. But under the hood, we have to specify in some place all of our possible combinations of the list of pages that we're going to put into Navigator at some point. And yeah, now that we learned a little bit about Navigator and router, let's talk about the routing strategies. Let's see some use cases, how we can use routing and what to do, what questions can we ask ourselves. There are three important examples that I think. One is a simple app with just one stack of pages. Then the other example is an app that has tabs, for example, bottom tab navigation or maybe upper tabs, and has one stack of pages. And here's one stack is in italic because it might seem in the example that there's more stacks, but it's just one stack. And we have tabs and multiple stack of pages. See, clearly, there are two of them. So first one stack of pages. How does that look like? Well, we have an application with some home screen. We can go to see books, a list of books. Then we can push book details page. We can go back, and we can represent that with this kind of graph. We can go from 1 page to page 3 page and go back the same way because we don't have any other mechanism here. And then we should ask ourselves, what if we want to go from this to this immediately? As we've seen, the declarative API is much better for this use case. And that's maybe a point where we can ask ourselves, OK, are we switching from the old navigator to maybe using the router? Another question, another point where we might think about using the router is what if we have some kind of guarding logic or redirect? For example, if some user cannot open some books, we need to redirect him to the login screen or something. So that's also a use case where you have to think about, is Navigator imperative API enough for us still? Yeah, I thought we weren't going to have the real world example, but for this simple case, we don't. For this one, we'll have. So we have tabs and one stack of pages. So we see we can switch between tabs here, but whatever we open, for example, article details, we're going to cover up our tabs. We cannot access them anymore. So everything that we push on top of that entire screen. And that's why it's one stack. We're always on the bottom of the stack. We always have the bottom navigation, and we don't have separate stacks. We're always pushing on the same stack. And that will look something like this. We can be on the red tab and push red screens. We can be on the green and push green screens. But we have to go back all the way up to here to be able to switch tabs. An example of this kind of application is Vault. And there are some others, but I didn't want to put many videos because I was not sure how they're going to play together. And so we have one. You see in Vault, on whichever tab you are, when you tap some details, you're going to cover up the bottom navigation, and you're going to push it on top of it. Then the I believe, most common example in today's applications is the tabs and multiple stacks of pages. So we always have the tabs. We're pushing our navigator, and our stack of pages is contained only here and not covering up that part. Graphic is a bit similar to what we've seen, but we have two key things here. We can always switch tabs, and navigators and stack of pages are a bit shorter here. An example of this kind of an app is LinkedIn. We should click play. We see on LinkedIn, we're on home, we open some article, we go to notification, open another article by Majid, and we can go back and forth. Our page stacks are preserved as they were, and we can do that. Then there are still questions that we can ask ourselves. For example, what about that managing the tabs? Who is managing the tabs? Is it navigator? So is that navigation or is that routing? Who thinks managing tabs is navigation? Okay, who thinks manages tabs is routing? Okay, routing is the correct answer here, but in my opinion, I mean, there's never an article, I think, about that. Nobody talks about it much, but clearly you cannot handle that with Navigator because Navigator is very simplistic and manages only the stack of pages. And these tabs are living outside of that logic of stacking the pages. So it has to be handled by some additional logic, which can be router, or you can do your custom things. But if you want to use it for web URLs and for something that the user really can see when he's switching tabs, for mobile it's simple. You don't have to really show to the user that he's changed tabs in some kind of router representation like the URL. And another question that's a really tough question for declarative routing, where we have to define a stack of pages and rebuild the navigator, is how to do infinite pushes. That's how I call it. So for example, we can imagine an app where we have some products. For example, it's a shop app. We have products and we have related products. We can click a related product. And then on that product, we also have related products. And we can go click product, 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 and push. And we really do want to push that product details on top of the existing stack. But how to, and that's a purely declarative, a purely imperative way of thinking. And it really cannot be done in any different way. We cannot define an infinitely long list. So yeah, that's really a tough challenge for declarative. But as we all know, whoever used any routing package, I mean, all of the routing, when you use a package, you really do imperative calls like route me there, route me there. So it's not so surprising, but under the hood, it is complicated. Under the hood, the router package needs to do the push, do the imperative push. So it cannot be 100% declarative, even though it's designed that way. So yeah, after all of those page stacks and a lot of possibilities, everything, I think we can conclude some stuff with this little table. So we have some features that we may want to have in our app, and we have, is it better to use Navigator or router? If we have a simple app, like we saw, just a simple basic example, you can use both. It would be pretty much, if you're using routing packages, it would be as simple as this. If you want to have proper support for web, which is one of the main reasons why the router API was introduced, you really must use the router API. If we want to have proper deep links, and what do I mean by proper? I mean deep linking to the exact stack of pages where and previously you were not even on a part of that stack, so not pushing just the page that you want, but the entire page. For example, we are on a home screen, we want to deep link to settings, profile, my preferences. Control flow with, I mean, you can do it, but it's better to be read. Control flow with guards and redirects, something we also seen. You can do it, of course, with Navigator, but then you will just be rebuilding that logic for routing that would be better to be implemented by the router itself. You would be reinventing what router is supposed to do. Multiple persistent page stacks. So that's the last example where we have multiple stacks that we can switch with tabs. And you might expect that I'm going to put a check mark on router, but no, not really, because it is really challenging because tabs are managed separate of any navigation. I mean, router still is just an additional logic around handling the navigator. So we're still just handling the stack of pages, and all else we must implement that logic, or package maintainers must implement that logic, and they choose to do it very differently, and some don't support even tabs natively within the package. So you have to do some haggling around. And yeah, you would be better off with either of them. Infinite pushes, that's what we've talked about. That's a perfect scenario for imperative navigator, but really tough for router. I mean, it can be done, of course, because when you're using the router API, you can get a hang of the key for the exact navigator you want, and you can just push on its stack. But then the question of persistence is here. So who's going to remember that? And how can you represent the routing history on multiple platforms, on web and mobile? It's a very different thing. And another important thing here that I want to mention is that we've seen a lot of examples. So for example, maybe very similar apps from users' perspective, the ones with bottom navigation, one is pushing a page on top of everything, one is not. They might seem very similar to users or clients, but they're extremely different structurally. So we have to be aware of all the differences to be able to explain that to a client what's exactly that you want, because maybe in the future we will not be able to revert back because we're so invested in having independent page tags and you now don't want it. So yeah, constructing routing and routing strategies is important. And that would be it. I left this slide about me for the last because I didn't want to break that flow from the titles and disappearing words and stuff. So yeah, you can find me on Twitter, LinkedIn, GitHub, everywhere else by my handle Lovnički. And yeah, I'm organizing GDG Zagreb, Flutter Croatia. I made Beamer. It's a routing package. And I'm hosting Flutter Dartist sometimes. And yeah, you can ask me anything later. What?
No, I'm just asking, you're not from Slovakia or something like that?
No, I'm from Croatia. Yeah, it's a strange last name. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sandro. So now we are going to have a really short break. You can grab a drink, go to bathroom. And in 10 minutes, we'll have a Kahoot quiz here. As I said, valuable prizes. We have Dash here, so be here in 10 minutes. See ya.
Da. Nemoj puhat puno. Čekaj.
So, everyone get comfortable. You don't have to really hurry because we have time, I guess. So, to join the Kahoot game, to be able to win great prizes, just have to take off your phone and try to scan this QR. Maybe it will ask you to enter the PIN too. If you have problems, please raise your hand because sometimes they introduce a different authentication method, but hopefully we'll just scan this, choose your username, and here we see that users are joining. That means that it does work. I believe here are maybe like 50, 60 people in the room. So we'll wait for at least, I think we can go to, if we invite people that are outside, maybe if someone comes, okay, 20, 30, yeah. Okay, some people are coming, you're not late, you can still join. You can. 24. Okay. To join the game, you just scan the QR and choose your username, and it will be all easy, don't worry.
By the way, I had to enter my email. I don't think you know that, but just so you know.
Okay. Okay, I think we can go to 50 maybe. We'll wait. It's because the quiz itself is gonna take 5 minutes or less, so we're still on time. You can still join the game. Josip. This time you maybe win. Okay, 44, nice. My goal of 50 is very close. 47. If we get to 50, we're gonna start. You can still join the game. Oh, that's the cameraman. 50. Okay, we have 51. Nice. I believe, is there anyone who's trying to log in still? Okay. Do you have any problem or is just taking time? 50. Let us know when. It's okay. Nice. Anyone else that's trying to log in? Ivan, maybe you want to play? Okay. Sure. Okay, Alex is gonna play too. Okay. Teresa's gonna play too. Okay. Is there anyone still who's waiting to get into the game? Yes, then I think we can start. So we're gonna have one question that's gonna be just for testing, so you can choose anything just to get used to the game, and it's not gonna be awarded points. And then we're gonna have 8 real questions that both speed and correctness are awarded, and then we'll have a list of people who won and they will win prizes. Okay, we are starting. So Flutter Croatia conference, 3, 2, 1. Multi-select question. Every answer is correct. This is the question, are you ready? Yes, definitely, always, sure. Now it's nice to get comfortable with the game. I see a lot of answers. Almost everyone has answered correctly, but we'll see. And now when the time is up, we will have 20 seconds for each answer. When the time is up, we're gonna see which was the correct answer. And then I have to click next, and then we're gonna see the scoreboard after every question. Now, It was a test question. So now starts the real question. In which language do you Flutter? Swift, Kotlin, Dart, JavaScript. Wow, almost all answers in the first 5 seconds. Almost all correct. One did not.
One fell for the photo.
Okay, then we can go. Now who's on the scoreboard? Ziva, first, but has the same points as 3. Wow, nice. The second real question. Which widget in Flutter can be used to create a button? UI button, widget button, Cupertino button, Flutter button. Oh, that's a bit tricky question. Almost, not almost everyone. Nice. Let's go to see the leaderboard. Oh, I'm the first. Nice.
Rigged.
Let's go. Next question. When did Dart first appear? 2022, 2011, 2013, 2009. Tough question. That's gonna be a break point. But maybe I can hold my lead. Okay. Very nice. Now the scoreboard. I'm not in the lead. Okram, Vukan, Bodo, Alex, and first 5 will get the prizes, just so you know. But only the first person is gonna get the dash. Next question. Which is the name of the mascot winner of this quiz? Dash, Plush, Birdie, Algo. Nice timing for the joke. Okay, let's see who didn't get it correctly. 3 people did not. Let's see who's in the lead. Okram still, Vulcan, nothing changed. Okay, cool. 6th question of 9. What is the latest major version of Dart? 1, 2, 3, 4. Everyone answered. Almost all correct answers. Let's see the scoreboard. Oh, wow, Okram fell so low. Vulcan, Bodo, Alex. Nice. 7th question. How many Flutter developers are in the world? Around 4, around 5, 6, or 7 million? Who watched the Flutter Forward event knows that. Wow. Nice. Scoreboard, Vulcan, still Perth. Let's go to the second to last question, 8. What feature in Dart allows for concurrent and parallel execution of code? Automatic reference counting, thread queue, garbage collection, isolates. You thought there were only simple questions. Wow. Very nice. And Vulcan still in the lead. Juro closing in. Nice. Let's go. Last question. What is one of the most anticipated features in Dart that is still not unstable? Fat arrow expressions, no safety, static metaprogramming tuples. And now, the moment of truth. The podium. For 3rd place, Apralenko. And yeah, all of the winners, please come here when we finish. And that's probably Vukan. Nice. And fourth, Matea, and fifth, Abada. Now, Josip, can you join me to give the prizes to our lucky winners?
Sure.
Matea and Abada, you disappeared from here, but please come to the stage.
Maybe you can go because you know the prizes better than me.
They're the same. Who's number one? Who's Vukan? Congratulations, you received the dash. Tusu. And I think all the winners can take a picture in front of the. Here we go. In front of the screen. With the right. One. Ne, to je dobro, da, to je više.
To smo mi, ja sam
Look. That's it. I think. One, two, three, four, five. No. Maybe you share this place. Da, ne vidim ga. Abada. Abada. But we can you can get a consolidating price, the glass. But here you go, so you don't go empty-handed. That's it. Where is the fifth person? We have to take pictures here.
Can you just for a quick picture?
You can just stand like here next to the podium, and where's the photographer? Yeah. A da, ti si na mjestu, kako želiš.
Okay. We're going to continue. Thank you, guys. Now, next speaker, if you don't know her, you would think she came from London and is another GD, but she's actually local here in Croatia. Samantha will talk about push notifications.
So, hi everyone. I'm Samantha, as mentioned, and today I will be speaking about push notifications. So, I've worked on quite a few Flutter projects, and every project that I've been on so far has needed notifications implemented. So that's why I chose this topic to speak on today. So roughly about notifications, I guess everyone knows what a notification is. It's basically a way that you can engage your users with your application. It's actually been shown that apps that have notifications will have more users that act with the app. So, for example, like you have an app installed, you haven't seen it for a while, you receive a notification, and then you will automatically go through the notification to open the app. Some common examples of notifications would be some kind of reminder, or some kind of chat notification maybe, or not even chat. It could be like someone liked your picture, or someone commented on a video, or anything like that. And then we can also use notifications as a way to inform users that there is some update that has happened in the application. So technically, I guess there are two notification types. The notification is the same. so it's coming from the server in the same way. It just depends on when you actually receive the notification. So you could receive it when the app is in the foreground. This would be when the user actually has the app on, is interacting with the app. And then we also have notifications when the app would be in the background. That would be if, for example, the user's on a different app currently, or if they're not even on their phone at that time. So this would be an example of notifications that arrive while the app is in the foreground. So you would receive the notification from the server, and then you would want to somehow show the user that a notification has arrived on the device. So for example, you'd have like some kind of indicator on a chat icon that would indicate to the user, okay, you've received some kind of notification, you've received some kind of chat message, so go to this screen. Or if it's a background notification, then it would be shown as in the second picture. One thing to note is if you are inside of the app and you receive a notification, you won't receive the notification like in the notification center of the device unless you set the priority to high. So it is possible, but by default, you won't receive that notification. So I guess there are three parts of like initially setting up notifications. First would be, so I will now speak on using cloud messaging through Firebase. This is most commonly used with notifications. There are other ways to implement it, which I will mention later, but the most common is Firebase, which I will be speaking about through this presentation. Aside from setting up the Firebase project, there is also a technical setup. This would be working through the configuration native files, which I'll also show later. And then I guess one of the most important is actually how you're handling notifications in the code. So just for those, maybe if you haven't worked with Firebase before, it's very simple. So you would just add a new project. You'd go through the steps here. I won't do it now. But basically, it's like 3 steps to get started with Flutter and Firebase through the console. So if we continue then with the technical setup. So for this, for Android, it's a few lines in the Android manifest. So you will, if you have a custom backend through which you're sending notifications, you would want to use this tag Flutter notification click, which would be in the data of the payload that you receive from the backend. And then this ensures that the notification will be received on resume or on launch of the application. We also have, so for iOS, you would need an Apple developer account to implement this. This is actually found on the Apple developer console. So you'd need to register a key in which you would select this Apple push notification service, APNS. And then you would download that key and upload it to Firebase. There is another way, so you can also create APNS certificates. However, that's, I'd say, more commonly we'd use the keys, and you just upload it to Firebase. And then the last step in the setup for iOS would be to add the capabilities. You can do this also through the info plist file, but more commonly you do it through Xcode. So you do this, I don't know, you'd open up the IDE that you're using, right-click on the iOS folder, and then you can actually open the Flutter project in Xcode. Then you'd navigate to signing and capabilities, and here you would add these two. So you add background modes with background fetch and remote notifications selected. And you would also add push notifications as a capability. Then we get to actually implementing notifications in Flutter. So of course you will need to request permissions from the user. This is actually done through the cloud messaging package that you'd include, which I've shown here. This is, as I said, the most popular and most commonly used one in Flutter. However, there are other packages available. One that I've had experience with is OneSignal. However, even with OneSignal, you would still need to use Firebase messaging and the FCM token. But one thing that it gave was more of a, I guess, user-friendly console. You could send specific notifications to specific users. So, yeah, that's that. Then you'd want to receive the FCM token from the device, which would be this line of code. This returns a string. And what you want to do with this token is to map it to the user so that you know when you're sending the notification, that you know which user you're sending the notification to. So for example, you'd have in your database user table, you'd have the ID of the user, name, date of birth, whatever, and you would also have the FCM token in that table. Also, one thing to note, so the FCM token is specific to every device. So one thing to keep in mind is if you, for example, save the FCM token to the user database, let's say the user has a second phone or buys a new phone, logs out on their old device and logs in on the new device, then you would want to overwrite the FCM token of the user with the new one. Otherwise, they won't receive these notifications. So this would be the callback that we would use when the app is in the foreground or while the user has the app on. So Firebase will return to us a remote message. And in this, we have different data that we can receive or the notification payload. And in the notification payload, we actually have the title and body of the notification. And then we also have the code that would, so this would happen if the app is in the background and we still want to handle this notification. Also, one thing I forgot to mention earlier, so aside from just the Firebase messaging package, you would also need Firebase core. So you would first initialize the app, and then you would use this callback for background messaging. Through this, you could write logic. So for example, if you received a notification, let's say a chat message, and you don't want that the user just clicks on the notification and the app just opens, but you want to navigate to a specific screen, like the chat of that user, you would put the logic here, in which you would say, okay, once you receive that notification, send the user to that specific screen. And aside from Firebase cloud messaging, as I mentioned, there are also Flutter local notifications. These can be used with Firebase messaging, or they can be standalone. However, if you use it as standalone, the most common use would be through like reminders, or if you wanted a notification, like a scheduled notification, so I don't know, once a month, or if you had some kind of like birthday application and you wanted that on every birthday that you've inputted that you receive a notification. So you wouldn't actually need Firebase for that. So that was basically it. Now I wrote I don't know if you can see the code. This is like a basic application that will basically show how we would receive or how we can test whether we have set up notifications correctly. So if I just, 1 second. Okay, so what we will do is run the code. So as I showed in the slide here, we have basically, we're initializing the Firebase application. Then we have on background message. So this is the function that the callback that happens if the notification is received while the app is off. What I've basically done in this app, so I've retrieved the token, the Firebase messaging token, and basically I will just show it on the screen. So I've run the app now, and that is basically the token of the device. So one way where we can test whether the notification will actually come through, I feel like this is very brave of me. I'm hoping it will work. So I created an example before. Basically, also, in case you haven't used Firebase before, when you create the project, you can easily connect it to your Flutter app. You just go through to Add App, and then here you would click on Flutter, and it will show you like a step-by-step how to include the project into your app. So, okay, if I... so this is how it looks for Firebase Cloud Messaging. So if we go to Firebase notification messages, create, we can write a random notification title, and let's say test is the text we receive. So if we, so we've copied the notification, the token that we received that we printed here, and then if we want to test it out, then we add the token here. We'll just copy it, add it. And now, since my app, so I've turned off the app, so it should be received in the background. I should also turn off Do Not Disturb, because otherwise it wouldn't work. And if we test, then we can see, oh, no, we can't see. Then we can see here that we've received that notification. So that's roughly on push notifications. There are other packages available. I've also used Awesome notifications. They're similar to, I guess, Flutter local notifications. One thing you can do with Awesome notifications is instead of just having like the title and the body, you can receive a notification that would have like a big image or something that you would click on if you wanted that as part of the notification. And that's it. I don't know if anyone has any questions or, yeah.
We have time for questions if anyone has them. And if not, that's it. You can still ask questions later. That was very brave demo, I would say. You know, notifications, they sometimes don't work. Is this your laptop? Should we take it or? Okay, and now Nino from Dream. Wait, the.
Check.
Yeah, we can hear you. Nino from Dream will talk about in-app purchases.
So hello everyone, my name is Nino. I work at Dream as a Flutter developer. And we at Dream, we've been doing Flutter for years now, and we built many apps that are out there in production, and some of them have in-app purchases. So I figured, why not talk about it? Right, a little bit of introduction. So in the first place, why even choose in-app purchases? I mean, there are so many options, like making your app paid as a paid app, doing ads, or all sort of things. Why in-app purchases? So I found for 2022, the sources from Statista, 98% of Google Play revenue comes from free apps. And in-app purchases are almost like 50% of earnings, compared like to 14 from ads and 37 from actually paid apps. And speaking of Flutter, with Flutter, we can implement in-app purchases very easily for both Android and iOS. So understanding purchases and subscriptions, so we can divide them into major categories, consumables and non-consumables. I think the name should be pretty clear how they differ. On the next 2 slides, I'm going to have an example of each categories. So with these, we provide extra content in our apps. We can offer freemium model, right? We can have a killer app with killer features, but the best features are locked behind the paywall. They offer us a stable source of income, and we can provide something like offers and promotions, so promo codes for discounts, etc., etc. So here I have some examples, right? So this will be the consumables. For instance, Candy Crush, I don't know, we can get extra moves if we pay. Clash of Clans, we can buy some gems. I don't know, never played it. Here we have non-consumables, which would be subscriptions mostly. So for instance, Disney Plus, we have monthly, yearly subscription that we can purchase to unlock the content, or for instance, Guardian, also subscription, which gets rid of ads. Also for TV Profil. By the way, this app written in Flutter, very popular. You should check it out. So we can talk about some packages that we have for implementing in-app purchases. So we got Flutter in-app purchase, and something more of an SDK. So this is a commercial product that you can go for. So if you go with these 2 first, that would understand that you have a backend for your app, because you should have a backend when implementing in-app purchases. So the middle one is actually from the Flutter team, and this is just the second most popular that I could find. They're both very liked, as you can see, high popularity, everything, and very well maintained, have been updated in the last month, so great. So we would go in this presentation with in-app purchases. Here's a screenshot of it. So some of the features that we're going to talk about. We can check the store availability. We can load available products. We can listen to purchase updates. We can make and complete a purchase. I will talk about the difference between the 2 later. We can upgrade or downgrade a purchase. So for instance, on Disney Plus, we had monthly subscription and a yearly subscription. We can restore a purchase, also a very important topic, how you would do that. And we can access platform-specific purchase properties. For instance, Google might have some properties for a product that differ from Apple, so we can access more details. So how we would come to implement this? Well, as any package, we add it in our PubSpec. So for Android, we should really only just add the package in your PubSpec. You don't actually have to do anything in Android manifest. You should set up your release signing, right? You should build your app and make an app bundle and upload it to Google Play Console to an internal testing track. Once you do that, the products menu should unlock. So this is the screenshot from Google Play Console. So if you do not upload at least one build which has the package in it, you would not access this in a product subscriptions, etc. So for iOS, you have some agreements that you have to accept. Check the capabilities on Apple developer site. And you should create an App Store Connect entry for your app. And there you can add your subscriptions. This is the screenshot from App Store Connect. So now we can start with these features. So this should be really simple to understand. The code is very simple. So we can check if our device actually supports a billing client for Google Play, and StoreKit for iOS. So IIP is just an instance of the Flutter in-app purchase. So I just saved it in a variable. Also, I want to say, so when would this return false? Maybe if your Android phone doesn't have Google services, or in really old phone, right? Those would be or something bad happened at either Google's or Apple's side. So we can query for our in-app products. right? So this my cool subscription would be an ID that I would set up at the Google Play console or the App Store Connect. Then I can query for them, and if they match, I would get these product details. And in that product detail, I can get the ID back. I can get the title of the in-app product. I can get the description. I can get the price formatted as a string. I can get the raw price as a double, and I can get the currency. If it doesn't match, it will return an empty array. So how do we listen to the purchase updates? So that means when we click buy, when the native flow pops up, when you cancel it, when something bad happens, when something good happens, how do we listen to those updates? So we have a purchase stream, right? So it returns a list of purchase details. So I don't know why it does that. In theory, you could somehow get to listen for like two different in-app purchase flows at the same time, but I don't see how that could happen in practice. So we can just take the first item from that list. Okay, and in the next slide, I will implement our stream listener. So here we go. So at the top, we got the status from the purchase details. So that's the most important thing, right? We can have pending, purchased, error, restored, or canceled. So pending will be when we start the purchase flow. Once we wait for the native flow to pop up, we'll get some kind of loader, maybe something else. Purchased, when we successfully made a purchase. Error, something bad happened. Restored, so if your user has purchased some in-app product from outside your app and it launches the app, you want to ask the phone, hey, do you have already purchased in-app products? So I can restore it for you. And canceled if the user taps anywhere outside the native flow or presses on the X button or whatever. Okay, at the bottom, handle success status. So this is purchase valid. That's really, really important. So you should have your backend check every purchase that the device makes. You can't just trust your device if it's something real or not. So usually, you would send your backend the following: the product ID. So that would be my cool subscription, as mentioned earlier, the purchase token, and which platform is it, Android or iOS, so that your backend knows which API to hit. The first two you would get from the purchase details. Once you validate that, so the backend says it's okay, then you can do complete purchase. If you do not do that, after some time, whatever you have purchased would invalidate. And we can also handle the error if something bad happens. And our battery is low. So how do we start the purchase flow? How do we upgrade, downgrade, and restore? So this buy product, so we take as a parameter product details from an earlier query products method. And don't worry about this iOS finish pending transactions. I will talk about that on the next slide. Why is that there, unfortunately? So also don't worry about Android get latest purchase. I will talk about that later. So when we are upgrading or downgrading, let's say back to the Disney Plus example, if your user wants to switch from monthly to yearly or from yearly to monthly, if you try to launch the flow without doing this Android patch, so Google Play purchase param, they will get an error in the native flow. It would say something like, you can't do this, you're already subscribed to this, right? So you need to do a little bit of work to do that. On iOS, it will just work out of the box. You don't have to worry about that. And here, by non-consumable, once that is called, then the listener from the previous slides would actually start to receive data. And if we want to do consumables, we would just call by consumables. And if we want to restore purchases, we would just call restore purchases. And once again, that listener will start receiving data. So about that function, unfortunately, there is an issue with the package. that we've been using. So if you try, sometimes on iOS, if you try to start the flow, you would get an error that there are some pending transactions that have not been finished. So there is like a hacky workaround to do that. And on Android, to check actually. So when we do upgrade or downgrade on Android, we need to pass as a parameter our previous purchase. So here is how we can access that. And also, unfortunately, so the package that we've been using, the restore method would not just work on some Android devices. It's actually pretty known issue that's been going for quite some time. So as an alternate method, we can use that other package, the first one on one of those trees that were there. So here's how we would do that. So it's pretty, I think it's pretty easy. It's unfortunately, but I didn't want to sugarcoat this as some perfect package, right? Obviously, there are some issues, and I would like you to know about them. So how do you actually test them before going live in production? On Android, you will need to add your Google account emails to license testing. I already said that you should upload your app bundle to internal testing track. And you need to add testers to that internal testing track. So here is the license testing where it's, and here's the internal testing. Also, I've had an issue on my Android phone, so I figure most of you who have Androids, you use multiple Google accounts on your phone, right? And sometimes it would just not work. For instance, on my second email, it would just not work. I had to use my first email, or I could not get my test purchases to work. It's just something to know about. On iOS, so on App Store Connect, you can set up sandbox accounts. Once you set up the account, once you first try to launch the purchase flow, you would usually get the little login prompt overlaid. And if that doesn't happen, you can always go onto your iPhone on Settings, App Store, and at the bottom you should find Sandbox account, where you can manage your Sandbox account. So here are Sandbox testers in App Store Connect. And that's it. Thank you for listening.
We have time for questions, if anyone has them. I have just, how much do Google and Apple take away from these purchases?
So usually, like, we work for clients, and they manage that sort of like the merchant account and everything. I don't know the number exactly. I think it's around 20%. 30? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, cool. Yes? Yeah, and obviously we know about apps that do subscriptions, and for example, Spotify. And if you notice, Spotify doesn't have anywhere in their app to buy a subscription. They would tell you, oh, go to our web to buy subscription, because they're trying to bypass that cut from Apple or Google. And that person already had a question. Yeah, I just said. So, you know, like, I think Netflix, correct me if I'm wrong, you can't really buy subscription from in-app. They would tell you go to the web. So that's how they bypass it. Yes? I'm not really sure about that. I think it's important that you do not link them directly to the page where you have to enter your credentials, like bank card info and everything. yeah, I think, for example, Spotify, if you want our subscription, go to our web. That's it. Well, if you know any, tell me. I don't know. Yeah, I unfortunately don't know.
I know they are well covered, and like you cannot game it with crypto or something. It's all the same for them.
Over there, someone.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Nino. Oh, I have 9%. For M1 Mac, that's plenty enough. But okay, we will take yours. Luka, this is last presentation of the day. Luka from Infinum, trivia about him. He made a Flutter app that uses ChatGPT. And this Flutter app makes Flutter apps. So you just say to it, to the Flutter app, make me Flutter app about this. And that app will create a Flutter app. Right? But that's not what he will be talking about today. It's something different. Luka, floor is yours. Floor is yours, but you don't have a microphone.
Presentation view bi mi bio dobar. Halo, halo. Oh, la, la. Aha, okej. Taj ima lansera? Ma dobro, klikam da budem tu klikal, nije sad.
Da.
Aha. Mhm.
You're good. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Luka Knezić. I'm Flutter engineer at Infinum. And well, today we will see how custom can you go in Flutter. So, I mean, you probably all saw some nice looking Flutter applications that may look something like this, or some nice animations. And you may be wondering, like, how do they do them? And we will explore that and see when do we need to go lower level. So we will cover widgets, custom painters, and render objects. And yeah, so let's first start with widgets. So widgets, if you are a Flutter developer, you all know widgets, you all use them. And well, you probably never built an app without using any widgets. And I mean, then it's a good thing that Flutter has a lot of widgets that we can use. Some of them, like container, are like really customizable and can become pretty much anything you want. On the other side, we have scaffold that is actually pretty big widget and handles a lot of stuff for us, but that's only because we know what our app needs to look like. And we always accept the same behavior, so that's good. And also maybe like Navigator, that you don't even consider a widget because it's basically just transition between two widgets, but it still is a widget. And yeah, as you can see, we have a lot of them, and they are not even all of them because I couldn't fit them anymore here. So what can we do with widgets? I needed some kind of example and some code that I can show you going through all of this. So for this example, we will have something really simple. We will show just transparent rectangle with black border. And like for widgets, I mean, there are multiple ways you can create this. This is one of them. Like we have just container with height and width set. And decoration is just border that is black and width 1. So this is just the code that I will go through all the examples. But I can also show you maybe some more complex examples. Because like we want to build something, and like, I mean, most apps are widgets. So widgets can do pretty much everything, right? If we just use the row expanded container, we can create some kind of basic charts to use. Or we can add like stack, transform, and container. Like, yeah, stack and transform are really powerful widgets. And with them, we can create like 3D cube that is rotating and that is using only 3 containers, actually. I will share the darkpad code to the cube examples later. It's too much code to fit in the presentation. But yeah, I mean, when you look at it, like widgets can do everything. Like we have charts, we have 3D objects, right? Well, not really. Let's try to make something from these examples, and let's try to do something that widgets cannot do, or at least something that would be really impractical for widgets to do. So going further, I mean, you may discover Custom Painter. Custom Painter is more, you can do more stuff with it than widget, right? Like Custom Painter has like pixel level control, so you dictate every pixel where it will go. You work directly with Canvas. Canvas is really powerful API in Flutter, and I mean, everything you do in Flutter is finally being rendered on Canvas. And yeah, Custom Painter is actually really good for animations and effects, because again, it optimizes that a bit. You're working directly with Canvas. It does have, in constructor, it takes listenable, that can be animation controller or anything like that, where value changes. The Custom Painter should also change. So going back to our example for widget, this was the code for widget. And if we want to use this, I mean, make this exact thing in Custom Painter, we do have to add a lot of code. But yeah, we just have Custom Painter, and we need to make a class that extends Custom Painter. And in Custom Painter, we have Paint and Canvas. And this is that Canvas that can do a lot of stuff. And with Canvas, we just draw a rectangle, and we set Paint here. So style is stroke. That means draw just outline. Stroke width is 1, and the color black. So we get exact same thing we got with widget before. And yeah, as I said, it's really good for animation. That's why we also have should repaint. This is also good to check if something changed. But in this case, we are just drawing the square, so we don't need to repaint anything. So let's go to the more concrete examples. And yeah, Custom Painter can animate. So for example, this animation is something that we used, and that is made in Custom Painter. And I think this satisfies the criteria that it's something that is really hard or really impractical for widgets to do, because this animation has over 1,600 dots. So I don't think that widget tree would like that if you put 1,600 widgets. But yeah, so for cube example, well, what can we do with cube? We already had cube, but again, Canvas is really powerful. And with help of vector maths, we can actually make a 4D cube in Custom Painter that can rotate around 4th axis. And again, this just proves that Custom Painter is good for animations, and that, again, it's really powerful. So, I mean, what if you need even more customization than that? Maybe that's not enough. Well, let's try to see what we can do more.
So now we want something that widgets cannot do. That was Custom Painter, but we also want something that Custom Painter cannot do. And I mean, maybe ironically, Custom Painter, only thing that Custom Painter cannot do is have widgets. So yeah, with that, we can move to the render objects. Because after Custom Painter, that is like only thing that you can go deeper. And with render objects, so they give you more control than Custom Painter. Custom Painter gives you control of canvas and all the pixels where they are drawn. But render objects also give you control over hitboxes that those widgets should experience, all the transformations that can happen. It's more, you have more control, but again, it's even more complex than Custom Painter because you now have to, you need to have deeper understanding of how Flutter is rendering widgets and how the render objects fit into this picture. And if we go to our now Custom Painter code, you will see that we need to add a lot more code to become render object. Like this is just constructor, so we can scroll that out, just so we can fit our code. I hope that you can see code fine. And yeah, the biggest differences are like we have leaf render object widget here. And like leaf means like it's just a leaf on the tree. So this is the last part because we don't take any widgets here. And that is last part of the tree. So nothing after that will be rendered. And that is important because that then Flutter engine can optimize this even further. And then, as you see, we don't have build method. We have create render object. And in that, we pass the render object that we made here. And render object is pretty much just extends render box. And as you know, probably Flutter Vikings had this theme. Constraints go down, sizes go up, parent sets position. And that's render box does that. As you can see here, we on preform layout, we here calculate the size. So we are making the square that is 100 by 100 in size, and we set the size to that. And as you can see here, paint, the difference between Custom Painter and render box is that this is not canvas, but painting context. The difference is painting context is like wrapper for canvas, but it has some more functionality. For example, you can directly pass another render object to it to be rendered. And you shouldn't, like you should access canvas like that, you shouldn't assign it because it can change. And the rest of it is pretty much same now as with our Custom Painter because we are just drawing directly on canvas. But that's only because we are leaf render objects. And yeah, I'm talking about leaf render objects. And leaf render objects are basically just Custom Painters, but on steroids, because you have heat testing, you have transformations, and a lot of stuff that Custom Painter cannot do by itself. And for performance and everything, it's better than Custom Painter, but I cannot show you much differences there. The biggest difference is actually child render object, because if we have widgets as child, we can change them however we want. So we set the position and decide the size of the object. So how does that look? We made like the charts library, and our charts library actually went through all of this from widgets to Custom Painter to render object. But with render object, you can see we can just pass the data, and then we pass the widget how we want to show that data. And then our render objects make sure that that widget is positioned and sized correctly, so that we add much customizability to the chart, but don't lose the accuracy of the chart, because like charts do have to be accurate. And just by adding render objects and accepting widgets as children, we can do a lot of customization that is also maybe easier than custom painter. And that was actually the idea behind the library. We want other people to easily make their own decorations, their own items, and custom painter was maybe a bigger barrier for that. So let's now go to our 4D cube example. The only thing I could figure out how to make this even more customizable is to attach a widget to each face of the 4D cube. 4D cube has 24 faces, and those are all widgets. And as you can see, the render object here sets the position of each child. And you can see how they're like sticking together no matter how I modify the cube and rotate it. And yeah, I never said this is going to be useful example, but you can see. This might give you an idea what render objects can do and when you should use them. And I mean, as you can see, you probably shouldn't use them that often. But there are maybe some cases where it's okay. So yeah, I will end with charts. Like I said, we made a charts package. And charts package went through whole life cycle. So it was first widget, then very quickly moved to custom painter, and then in version 2.0, it moved to render objects. And like the biggest differences between, except the one that I said that I think that developers don't really like making stuff in custom painter. So it's nicer to have it in widgets so that we get more pull requests and fixes, hopefully. Another thing is when you are trying to debug, I mean, when you see the widget tree with charts, when it's custom painter, you can see it's not really interesting. I mean, we have just charts here, custom paint, and it's telling us like this whole thing is custom paint. You don't know what is actually in here unless you see how you set the chart. And now with render objects, you can see here's the same chart widget like in slide before, but we have much more info. Like we know the chart renderer, then we have here, and like this is background decoration, then items, then foreground decoration. And like each item has its own item renderer, and you can see here selected just one item. And this is nice because we can now just swap renderer for child renderer, like you saw earlier, where widgets are passed as something that we want to show. So yeah, with that, I think the conclusion is that if you do have custom painter animation in your app, it's nice to try to make it render object. It shouldn't be that hard because you can use only a leaf render object, so you don't have to set position of the child and stuff like that. But yeah, the actual use, maybe it's not something that you will be using in your everyday apps. And yeah, like promised, here are the links to the RPED if anyone is interested for each of those examples. And yeah, if you have any questions, I can answer.
We have time for questions, if you have them. And if not, that's it. Thank you, Luka. That was really interesting. I don't have any ending slides, so I'll just say thanks everyone for coming, especially all of you who made it till the end. Thanks to speakers and Algebra, and also especially to our technician who was here from Algebra, who made a lot of these things possible. Yeah. I invite you all to, maybe we can stay a little bit in the hallway, like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then we can self-organize if somebody wants to go to drink somewhere. We don't have anything official, so we'll just figure it out. Thank you all.